Hello, minions. Oh my. Well, I have to tell you about the saga of getting this game running. It was very bizarre considering there are absolutely zero issues with running it last time. Um, yeah, it was really something. Uh, so I haven't opened this game on Steam since I last played it nearly a year ago. We played the first one, and now when I open it, I'm suddenly getting this error message about some missing codec, WM video codec or something like that. So it won't open at all. So I Google this error, and I'm like trying every suggestion. I'm downloading these different codec packs. I'm reinstalling DirectX 11. I'm doing all sorts of things, and none of them work. And it's been nearly a half hour. You know, I was supposed to have started this stream a half hour, and so me and in the social media rabbit team are just doing everything. We're trying everything, and eventually we're like, okay, none of these work. Well, one last ditch effort, because I since the last time I played this game, I've purchased a new SSD so I could have more space, and I made that SSD, I made it my primary way to store games so that my regular hard drive is more freed up. And I'm like, let's try reinstalling the game on the regular hard drive. And voila, for whatever reason, that worked. I don't know, the joys of PC gaming. Absolutely no idea why it wouldn't work when it's installed on my SSD. Here on the Rose Rabbit Army's HQ supercomputer. Very strange, but at least it works. At least it works. So I am very excited to play the great Ace Attorney 2. Some call it the gay Ace Attorney. They would be correct to call it that. Yeah, no, I had a lot of fun with the original. It's my favorite Ace Attorney since the original 3 games. And I really liked where the story was going at the end of the first one. It kind of set up a new mystery for the second game, with that list of names the British government was looking into that included Ryonosuke's very, very, very close male friend, who had died in the second case. So we're like, why is the British government so interested in this guy that was just a legal student emissary who's passed away? So I'm very curious to learn where the story is going. It seems really interesting. There's a lot of intrigue, international intrigue set around the turn of the century. KB in the world says his close male friend that you wear the soul of at your hip. Very true, yes. We have his sword. We say it's his soul. We keep it very close. Am I also ready to get into getting pegged thanks to Umineko? I've heard Umineko does a lot of things to people. That it won't need to do to me, because, like, I'm already there, baby. I'm already into that. That's nothing new. I am very excited for Umineko as well, though. That'll be on Friday. We're double shotting VNs this lately, because I did not expect to reach the Umineko goal so quickly, to be quite honest. I'm like, okay, there's time to do the Great Ace Attorney 2 before we get to another very long visual novel. But we did hit that goal, and I'm like, well, I can't just play one at a time right now, because Umineko is absurdly long, so I would only be playing that one forever. KB in the world, thank you for following, by the way. As well as Mike, who followed 3 hours before the stream began. If you're still here, Mike, welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Yeah, so I'm like, alright, fine. You know what? Maybe it won't be good for the analytics or whatever, the algorithm, but I'll play 2 visual novels at once because I want to play them both. You thought you did follow me, but you guess you forgot? Well, I'll let it go this time because you eventually remembered. Let's start. Let's start. I'm excited. Oh, is this... Ooh, we get an anime cutscene. The first game had a couple. Oh no, this isn't an anime cutscene. It's just very high rent. Impressive.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Oh, that's right. She went back to London. Or Japan, I mean.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that
nearly all the cutscenes are in engine this time? Oh, that's interesting, because the first one had a few anime cutscenes. There's Ryonosuke, yes.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you.
Yeah.
My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
I get what they're trying to do with the voice acting. If I recall correctly, they hired actual, like, for the dub, like, Japanese-American actors for the roles here. And then they're like, okay, now try to do sort of British accents, because, you know, they've lived long enough in London, they've started to absorb it. I think that's neat. It also just sounds silly. Ooh. Yes, her. What, that awful girl.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
Like, you can kind of hear it, how it's kind of wavering between a Japanese and a British accent. I think that's a very neat touch. Oh, she's going to be a lawyer? Are women even allowed to be lawyers in turn of the century Japan?
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Like, not to be offensive, but you know, I think it's a legitimate question for the time period. Episode 1: The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. The actress informally trained herself to speak English? Oh, that's very neat. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber. 3. Antechamber 3. Here I am again, after 9 months. The Supreme... I'm trying to remember my voice for everybody. It's been a while. I had, like, a specific voice for everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. You weren't talking about her actor. You're talking about the character. Yeah. Yeah, she did also teach herself. Yes. Here I am again, after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh yeah, this is, Mikotoba, that's right. Ah, good, you're here. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. It's Heihachi Mishima. He doesn't look that much like Heihachi, but he has the vibes. I think it's partially the hair. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness! Not that sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yeah, that's right, he's her dad. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic and medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Okay, this is a new character, I think. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yujin means friend? Oh, that's cool. Oh, yes, that's right, miss. I like how... I think it's funny, because I think Susato, like... I don't think she teased him exactly, but she was always much more serious than Ryonosuke. She's like, Ryonosuke, you gotta keep your back straight. Stop acting nervous in front of the clients in the first game. Like, she was like, you gotta chin up, Ryonosuke. And now that she's in the lawyer shoes, she's getting nervous. I think that's cute. Well, I wanted to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Rei Membani, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Let's go, lesbians. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, Susato's in a disguise. That makes sense. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Rei. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? That's it. Okay, so I was right. Women are not allowed to be lawyers in 1900s Japan. I don't know if it's exactly 1900s. Like it's either like very late 1890s or it's the turn of the century. That's what we established in the first game. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. It makes sense. Susato, she was an expert in the first game. Like, she was our legal assistant, and she studied a lot of... She, taught Ryonosuke how to be a lawyer. So, I bet she can pull it off. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Gay. Of course, you're my greatest friend. We have a lot of very great friends of the same gender in these games. I just worry that I shan't be your lawyer, the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Rei. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Rei... Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. It's cute. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I'm pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Is that the observations she learned from reading Sholmes? Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. I think this is a very cool setup. We're playing as Susato in the first case. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. Gotta always believe in your client, Phoenix. That's what Mia said. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. And we're gonna have to go off of are we gonna have to square off against, oh, what was his name? Ouchie? Cause he's Payne's ancestor. Are we gonna be against Ouchie again? You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? That's in red text. That means it's important. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. No, I won't tell you any information about this case you're going to take. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. It'll be a fun surprise to learn what's going on. You get to know nothing. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. That's a good point, Ian Abstract. You can't be told anything that would make you think they're guilty, because you need to believe in your client always. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. 13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. That's right, yeah. Yeah, it all happened really fast in the first game. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. That's a hard one. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Yes, it is me, Ouchie again. Oh, she looks so cute. Yeah. Yeah, they always say always believing in your client, but look what that got us with Top Hatman in the first game. Mr. Scrooge. Well, no, Scrooge is Scottish. He's Irish. McGilded was Irish, not Scottish. Or wait, no, Scrooge is Irish too, right? I don't remember. Anyways, this outfit looks really cute. Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Sorry, I only have so many old man voices in my repertoire. Ready? Ah yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? She just took his last name. Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel. Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. It's so cute that Susato was always the one telling Ryonosuke to calm down in the first game, and now that she's in his place, she has the same nervous tics, like looking around and stuff. It's cute. It's really adorable. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryonosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryutaro has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I also wish Naruhodo got to wear his cap and cape more, but I guess it wouldn't be as appropriate in British courtrooms. Susato looks really good in it, though. It's the uniform, Kuzunoha's wear in Shin Megami Tensei. Like, is it the same kind of uniform? Or is it a different kind? Is it, like, something similar but different? Because Kuzunoha's, like... that it's not a student uniform he's wearing, right? It's like a similar but if uniform, but for a different purpose. It's like a... isn't it like a very old-timey Japanese police uniform? Like, they have similar uniforms, but for different purposes, right? Yeah, close-suit Imperial officer. Yeah. Like, I remember old-timey Japanese police had similar uniforms as these student ones. Maybe that was the point, is that they should look similar to the Imperial Army. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them? Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Ouchi has always got to have... the Pain family, you know, related to the Ouchi clan, has always got to have the worst haircut possible. This dude, he really needs to get a different barber. Rido's is a school uniform too? Oh, okay. I thought it was like a different but similar one. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. That's true, he is still growing back the top knot. It got cut off, that's right. Shh. I don't know, what is that? Shh. I guess that's like a funny laugh like that. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, his eyes want to flit. It's called the Gakuran? Yeah, I've heard that before. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. Oh, again? It's always a international incident with these cases. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other... I gotta differentiate my old man voices here. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. I'm trying to make Mikotoba a little more gruff. The judge is a little more refined. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. I don't know about that. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, she took her cape off. All right, it's time to prove myself. She does the face slap too. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. She forgot it. Ah! What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, mine's are want to blink. Always forgetting stuff. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Ah, good old court record. It's always here for us. Just gotta press... Yes, please tell me which button to press. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use the to open the court record. Then you need to flip the people section with Sorry, sir, I can't... What is right bumper? You don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Oh, it's her. The victim of this case is the murderer of the very first case. How intriguing. I wonder what happened to her, because she got found guilty, but because she, good old extraterritorial rights that we know so well from Miles Edgeworth, she just got sent back to Britain.
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten the case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you needed is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jezile Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of... Not the queen. A killer. She was the murderer from the first case in the first game. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was... Jezile Brett. Yes, she was a killer. And she basically got away with it. She killed Watson. She killed the real Watson. At the time, it was weird that, nobody made a deal out of that. They never brought it up. Oh yeah, that guy that was killed in the first case was Watson. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson. Sorry, Wilson. I'm sorry, apologies to the Conan Doyle estate. It's Wilson, not Watson. Very legally distinct. Was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. We all thought this little wimp had shot him for no reason, with absolutely no motive. A student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. He and his sexy boyfriend helped solve the case. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed a despicable crime committed by the Miss Jezile Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Yeah, that's right. Was it? No, it was Hong Kong that was a British colony before. I think Shanghai. I think they just had ports in Shanghai. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. Remember in Apollo Justice, a child supposedly killed a 6'4" man with a hand cannon that would have dislocated a trained pro's shoulder? I do remember that case. Let's just watch that video one more time to remind us about the details of that awful, awful case. See, I'm okay with like some wacky stuff happening in Ace Attorney, but when you waste time in a case by going over and over again that the kid shot the guy and have already established in that case that no, this gun would have dislocated the shoulder of a grown man, then I'm just like, you're just being stupid. God, that case sucks. Don't remind me. How are we enjoying cross-dressing? We always enjoy cross-dressing here. We're very supportive of Suzato right now. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon last week. How about we rewind the music video again, though? How about we not? How about I destroy that tape with a hammer and then burn the pieces? And then also burn that guy's stupid pompadour. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, The English woman was killed. Only the day before? Gasp. That will do. I'm satisfied with the counsel for the defense. Is sufficiently, not suspiciously. They're not the one under suspicion here. They're sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. That's right, he does his, ridiculous samurai bow. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. Oh, I like this art. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. All right, we've got our VN checklist already. We've got blue sky. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. Okay, so she was stabbed in the back, literally. An injury which proved fatal. I forgot about her ridiculous swan hat that apparently is a real living swan. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membani. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Yeah, did they stab the swan hat too? Yeah, we gotta cross-examine that swan. We gotta examine more birds. Well, what was her motive? Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the motive. That's what I'm curious about. He didn't elaborate on that. Yes, she should have kept the cape on. It was very attractive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Ah, I see. That is the motive Ouchie's proposing here. You think all desks in the Ace Attorney universe are hollow, so the slam carries better across the courtroom? I believe that. I think that's a great idea, honestly. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. Ah! God, she's like, I got her ass. She felt mad at the guy who killed her mentor. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. Is she Larry's ancestor? I don't think so. She seems too put together for that. I feel like Larry's idiocy is a family gene. Yeah, also she's obviously not straight. Larry's the token straight guy. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... why were they alone together? Why was no one else there? Mbami-san. Yes, what is it? I mean, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Suzato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day we would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. I keep forgetting that's like a weird cackle. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about, the bathing spot, I guess. I guess we're asking all three. I thought there was a correct question, but it's just all three of them. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. Ah yes, the health practice of bathing. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? That is an excellent question. Why are you just letting this murder lady roam around? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry. Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And definitely not make some sort of escape attempt. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Open up the country. Stop having it be closed. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. I'm sorry, my ouchie voice is just Skeletor, yeah. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. It's like a notch higher than Skeletor. I imagine him very high-pitched and, like, screechy and, like, eh. I believe we all have a clearer picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. Peruse it. I haven't actually played Spirits of Justice. I don't know if Pain/Ouchie has a voice in that one. I don't remember him ever really having a voice. I just remember, you know, his objection clip. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of going off of here. He had that very screechy objection. That's what you mean? Oh, okay. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yeah, I just didn't like Ace Attorney 5 at all, so, and like everything I heard about Spirit of Justice 6, it was like, nah, I'm good. No. That's how you wrap up Apollo's story there? No, I'm no thanks. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. This is a tough one. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. I don't think Dual Destinies was, like, terrible all around. I just thought it was, like, hard mid, you know? I also didn't like the final killer very much. The whole mastermind guy. I don't like him very much. I think he's a very lame villain. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone in the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Yeah, my favorite case in 5 is also the DLC one with the dolphin. I know, Dual Destinies also has that clown lady everybody wants to honk. I'm not a clown guy myself, but I understand it. She's got some big honkers. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. They forgot to give Athena a case in 6, so she gets to miss filler case forever. Wait, the clown lady's in Spirit of Justice? Am I getting them mixed up now? What case? Oh, you know what? For some reason, my brain just inserted the clown lady into that one school case from 5, and I'm like, she's from 5, right? I don't know why I just inserted her into 5. Maybe it's just because people kept posting about her, and I'm like, she must be from 5. It's been a long time since I played Dual Destinies. I never really went back to it because, like I said, I didn't like it that much. Yeah, that's... Yeah, for some reason I thought she was in that one, though. Where, with the weird... With, like, the tomboy, it's like she was raised... I don't... It's always weird when, like, but I was raised as this gender. Like, that's always a weird way to do things. Right, like, it's much different than what Susato is doing here, where it's a matter of practicality. I also like Black Crow. Black Crow's alright. Yes, we get to learn about traditional American pastime Rakugo. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. They will perhaps leave a little bit of room for doubt. Or else the game will just end. Blackwell's your partner in K64? That makes sense, because he wants to hang out with Athena. I don't like Athena very much either, but it's not so much as her character as like her emotion gimmick. I don't like that gimmick at all. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh yeah, his top knot. We destroyed his top knot. Ah! Ryonosuke Naruhodo? What, yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Kazuma, I always liked how your headband always blew dramatically in the wind. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yeah, he cut off his top knot. I gotta say, these games always did a really good job with the presentation in 3D that I don't think Ace Attorney 5 did a very good job with. Maybe 6 did better, but I thought Ace Attorney 5 was always trying too hard to emulate the sprites, when this one takes full advantage of the 3D presentation. I also hope it's tough. Because my knowledge about 6 is like, well, they basically just wrote out Apollo. And it's like, I don't want Athena to take over, sorry. I think Athena is not that great. I don't hate her as a character, but she just has, like, not much going on, in my opinion. So, like, if they wrote out Apollo, then I'd prefer Phoenix sticks around. I don't want Athena to take over main character position. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. What's that a quote from? That's a quote from something. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchi growth. Yeah, that's real. It's real impressive, buddy. Bring back Sebastian. Now we're talking. There's a twink I'd like to see obliterated. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. Your dad used to rock the Ouchi growth? I am so sorry. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence. Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. He wants his honor back. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to raised life. Well, you don't like Prosecutor Ouchie talking about his seed of hope? What? Hey, it's you. It's the author. You're back in Japan. Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court. Yeah, and Hosonoga, too. I do not know why he has a turtle on his head. This is the guy who had, who didn't get his tetanus shot. That's why he has to eat apples like Ukiyo from Samurai Showdown. Chief Inspector Satsuro Hosonoga, Imperial Police Bureau. I am in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. He's gotten much more success now. I remember reading about him. I was like, oh, this is the guy that's a real person. He's a real author. That is a real book he wrote, I Am a Cat, by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. I'm trying to get my voice back for him. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? It's true. His gestures are very, sudden. They made him such a doofus. They can do that with a real dude? I mean, he's dead. Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who we really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yeah, he was the defendant in a case in London in the last game. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. It's true, he was the original account dedicated to just posting about cats. And as for Inspector Hosonoga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. That's right, he does everything flawlessly. That's his funny character quirk. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Yeah, you're talking about somebody named Holmes? Who's Holmes? There's no character in this game named that. Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mukotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Huh. No, it's not his pajamas. They're like it's like one of those really old school bathing suits. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett has never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so that's definitely the cough of a guy who's at peak physical fitness. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach house too, Father? Oh wait, sorry, I thought Migatoba was talking. Does that mean that you went to the beach house too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had to work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but only if I had. I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regrets. I love all the elaborate animations in these games. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. I'm dying. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. He still looks so tired. He was always so tired in the first game. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. It is in fact the lesbian chapter. Welcome, Delarim. We're having a great time here. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. It's a pretty tight one. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. Yeah, I remember that guy from the first game is just like, I'm going to kill myself now, and he just pulls out a gun and points it at himself. The gun became relevant for that case as evidence, though. That was pretty funny. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. It was kind of funny, though. Ah, goodness me. Yeah, she's holding the pen. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved onto the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. So that's the good old initials trick. How many times have I seen that in this series? The fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Carries the initials RM. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Yeah, I don't know. There's some stuff in there. This dude was chasing a crab or something. The witness scene. Yep, yep. She was ordered to make sure Brett didn't do anything stupid. Let's ask him things. In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Athena is very expressive, you're right. She does have some funny faces. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Yeah, that'll work, I guess. Mr. Turtle loves the water. He's gone. There's just a turtle there now. It's flawless. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Can we I don't think that's a real turtle, unfortunately. We can't cross-examine it. I think it's just a prop turtle. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Yeah, let's ask this guy about his crab. What is this about the crabs you managed to catch? Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Row, row, fight the power. Kya! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describe things so. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many of us have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected at a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. No, that's not really literary, that's just annoying.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair you don't mean to say... How could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant, Rei Mambami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. Decrabbed is a funny verb, though, you're right. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the northern curtain hanging in the doorway and... Oh wait, Norin. I've never actually heard that word before. No-ren. Oh, that must be the type of curtain it is. I thought it was like an adjective. No-ren. It's a noun. I see. That is the type of curtain that it is. Hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. I'm dying, ah. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? You'd like a literary man's opinion. Astride her. That means she was, like, straddling her?
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it, but she was only stabbed, like, once, wasn't she? Oh, indeed. The terrible specter, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. That last one only kind of rhymes. Yeek! Every sight and sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you. That actually hurt my throat a little to try and make her sound more manly. Very, very Mulan moment there. I'm low pink. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Where were your words just now, I believe? Oh no, he's switching. So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? Oh, he's doing the nervous looking around thing. No, I mean, yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear. How awkward. So we have to go after this guy, I think. Oh, there's more. That's right, this is the last one. So she stabbed multiple times, but it looked like there was only one... There was only... Let me look at this real quick. I don't know. I thought they said she was only stabbed once. Yeah, it says stab wound singular. Also, where is the weapon? How did she get stabbed? Was it the pen? There's nothing admitted into evidence about that could be the murder weapon. She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. He's just repeating whatever he says. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right. Saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course. Get his ass. Drag him. You made me die slightly faster. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. He's like, nobody's here now, it's just the turtle. He's gone. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. You find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes, it's all about the inconsistencies. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with why, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes, alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. I know that's just like a gameplay abstraction, but can you imagine someone asking witnesses to repeat that like forever? Just like for hours and hours? Is that how they win that trial? I guess the judge would just step in eventually and say, hey, stop it. Because like that's what I was wondering about the jury thing in the first game, where they're like, I'm going to interview the jury now. And I was like, you know, there's like a point in the game where you do it like 2 or 3 times. And I was like, can Ryonosuke just do this forever? But I think in the game, the judge says, all right, this is your last one. After that, no more. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. Yeah, I think Ryonosuke was on his third one when the judge was like, all right, listen, this is your last one. Cut that shit out. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. Yeah, I don't think there's, like, anyone ever said there's, like, a hard limit to them. It's just, like, if the judge thinks you're just being silly, then he can step in. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Let me look at my court record here. 2 p.m. Due to the trauma of the victim's lung from knife blade. Single deep stab wound from behind, pierced the lung, yep. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. That'll probably be relevant for later. See, here's my thing. There's no murder weapon. Like, everybody's mentioning a weapon, but where is it? Why isn't that in evidence? These two guys had a great time. Look at this cat. Look at this guy. He's riding his bike. All right. Yeah, only a single wound was identified, so she couldn't have been stabbed multiple times. That's what I thought.
Objection!
Yeah, do the point. It's cool. Do you feel cool, Susato? I hope you do. You deserve it. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Well, what's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? Ooh, I like this objection theme. Is this one specific to Susato? Like, will we get a different one? That would be cool. Like, this is her own theme? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. It is specific to her? That's really cute. It's a really good one, too. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. Oh, she does her little book thing. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony, is clearly flawed. Is this a specific theme for her too? That's so cool. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both of you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. True. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw now was not the moment the victim... What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be. Soseki-san has a very, like, in my head, he's very up and down. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Uh-oh. That's right, Ouchie sounds like congested. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection and a third-rate deck, attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only a half head of a hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah! All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ah! Oh no, she hit her head on the bed. I am in agreement with the prosecution. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. I guess, you know what, that's fair actually. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. See, now I'm just slipping into the Monarch from the Venture Bros for Ouchie, but whatever, I think that works. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does Father mean by that? What did he mean by this? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could, save her life, right? She was, like, concerned. Oh no, I'm gonna pull this knife out so you don't die. Obviously, that's not what you should do, but she didn't know that. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. I don't know if that's what you should do, actually. Like, shouldn't you leave it in so they don't bleed out? Like, it's keeping the blood in, right? Is that why everybody's like, no, you're stupid? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean. So slipshod? Shh. An excellent idea, Inspector. Yeah, they're all, like, looking at her like, they don't know, chat. They don't know, audience. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in the matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Yeah, this is what I was saying, right? You're supposed to leave stuff that stabbed people in them so they don't blow out their load of blood everywhere. Right? Because whatever is stuck in them is keeping the blood in there. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Okay, witness testimony 2. Forensic medicine primer. Gonna take us to 101. Hook us up with a little Hosanoga 101. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Okay, we gotta pick this one apart again, I guess. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Is that a normal activity you engage in? Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. The plot thickens. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. Yeah, you never stabbed your bros for laughs? Just girl. I guess it's a girl thing, not stabbing people. It seemed almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susato! Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. That's not good. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. I'm sure we can find something wrong here. Okay. Let me look at my stuff again. Let me look at my stuff. So again, where's the murder weapon? Everybody's talking about a blade or a knife or something, but where is it? Why don't we have it? Like, everybody's saying they saw it, so surely it must have been collected by an officer or Hosanaga or something. Like, there's not even a knife. Is there even a knife in this photo? Where's the knife? Like, it's not in her back. I don't see a knife anywhere. This must be her luggage. Wine? Okay. I guess wine at the beach would be pretty nice.
Hold it.
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. Ouchie just loves rubbing it in.
Hold it.
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. I don't think this is the argument we should be going for. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure what you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh no, he's gonna hit me. He's gonna do Phoenix's level 3 without the evidence. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. He does have big hands. His hands are huge and he's laughing. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would have certainly been aware of it.
Hold it.
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is... Alright, Susato. Let's cool down the internalized misogyny. You're getting too into this role. It's a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. You're playing the part a little too well here, dear. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. At least we know how Sunaga is, supports women. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it.
Oh my god. Oh, that was a tough one. Ooh! Whatever the motive, it just isn't Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. Objection! And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. Evidence is everything. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Miss Membami-san. Can we find more information out about this relationship? A lot of these presses seems to have been goofs so far. I'm looking for something I can chew on here. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. Well, at least he also respected women. Shame he got killed by a woman. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. Ray knew it withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in a courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Okay, I already know how to do that. I don't need a refresher on that. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Which is a thing you're allowed to do as the lawyers. You're allowed to touch the evidence very thoroughly. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Fingerprints weren't invented yet? I thought we did something with fingerprints in the first game, didn't we? Okay, let's look at this. Ah, now I can examine it. It's tutorialized me. There's a thing on this. See, see, she's got the cape in the art. It looks cool. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. Business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Yeah, I really like that art. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I figured. This isn't Ray's pen. Oh, I'm glad it shows a little check mark for things parts you've examined now. I didn't do that in the first game. If we take off the pen's lid, what have we here? Oh. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? It's out of ink. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. And, okay, we can examine the initials. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Is there anything else? So obviously the pen is very significant. This might be the murder weapon, because there's nothing else that we have as evidence that would point to a murder weapon. And this, you know, the sharp tip. My guess so far is that, like, the reason they thought there was multiple stab wounds is the pen emptied its ink and it looked like a lot more blood than there should have been. I don't think this is relevant yet. Well, maybe it is. Let me examine the newspaper. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Yeah, he does that. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. I don't know, he seems okay. He's smiling. What have we here? This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Oh no, not the poison again. From Yume's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? How did he not know? It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Yeah, how does he not know when something's stolen from his own lab? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? What's written here is true. It means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. Interesting. Well, that's a twist. Is it just gonna say the same thing? Yeah. Oh, wait, no? I can't believe you knew nothing about this, Father. Nothing was reported to me. It seems an attempted cover-up was at play. This is extraordinary. What I'd really like to know is how a reporter found out about it. Well, however it happened, I have to take the full responsibility. There will be serious consequences for sure. Oh, Father. Very strange. Okay, the poison article is separate evidence. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, could prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Hang on. Stream meiosis pupil constriction. Was she poisoned instead of stabbed? I thought I read this. This is weird. How did she get poisoned? Did the poison get put in the pen and she was stabbed with that and that put the poison in there? Okay, but how do I connect this with the current testimony here? What if the reason Ray tried to pull out the knife was because it had the poison on it? All right. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
No, There is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ah, the yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us, then, what the possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But, Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on this kind of hearsay from those wretched publications, Carrie. He says fake news. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities? The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mimbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? Seems like a long shot. We're gonna have to do more work on this. This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. That's an interesting turn of phrase. I've never heard that one. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable in any way. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. It must be the eyes, right? Or does that only occur after death? From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must beware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? Yeah, it's the eyes, the pupil constriction.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah, Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was not noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Okay, it is prior. I was right. What? The defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree, this is a very compelling evidence. You yokel student and yokel professor! Yeah, you gotta suck out the poison like Dracula. It works for snakes, right? Works for snake bites. Just get your mouth on there. You can suck it out. It says it works very fast, but I think it would work. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. Now, Eugen Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. Yeah, I wonder how he didn't even know. Like, how did it happen in such a way that he couldn't have, that like nobody found out and told him? Like, surely somebody would have told him, right? How did only this one newspaper report know? You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Oh, who's holding it now? There was no voice. Oh, it's Ray. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Mambambi-san, you stand accused here. A place like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew? I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. The newspaper paper. Sorry, I slurred it a little. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing, just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? Pride. She was like, oh no, it was my job. I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential. Some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. Right, of course. Like, who else would it be? The thief, you don't mean? Yes, of course. It was the dainty Englishwoman. Mr. Zylbrett? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? Whoa ho ho ho. And then, she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of her knife in the back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. I love how Soseki's like, "Arrgh." He's thinking really hard or something. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Silence. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in the courtroom now. Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. Objection! But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. See, this is the part where he's like, I'd been holding back on the knife just for this. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie. He's not a professor. Yeah, they always do this. Like, oh, I'd been holding back on this evidence to own you when you thought you had won. I, as a prosecutor, for some reason, love dramatic pacing. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. Oh, fuck. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. She does look really upset. But I mean, that could just be her taking the knife out. Like she said. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accursed's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. Yeah, the video of the real lawyer playing the first game and going, you can't do that when Edgers pulls out the updated autopsy report. Yeah, that's super illegal in the real world. Yeah, it's super not okay to just update evidence without telling anybody in the middle of a trial. But whatever. It's not real. It's Japanifornia. It's a fake law system made for shenanigans. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. Wait, who took the picture then? That's what I want to know. How did you get this picture of her stabbing her? Why didn't whoever's taking the picture do something? I don't believe it. Ah! Order, order, order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. That's weird and a little bit racist? Classist? Kind of both? I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. All right, well, how did you even get this? Like, who took the picture? I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you, who took that photograph? Ray. Yeah, like I said, that is a good question. What do you mean it's of no importance? That sounds really important. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh. Objection! That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. This court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Why is he so nervous about that? Why are you nervous? Why don't you want us to know who took the photograph? Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Yeah, this is... I don't know about imperial turn-of-the-century Japanese court law, but this seems not okay. Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the knife from the wound. Yeah, like I said, this could also just be the moment of her taking it out, not putting it in. Clearly, this isn't the moment but that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no. What? Seriously? Come on. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. What you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This is a little silly. Come on, you just believe this photograph somebody... I guess turn of the century, there's like no such thing as a fake photograph yet, you know? This photograph shows the moment when that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. Shh! You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Aochi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, it's the newspaper reporter. It must be the same person who somehow found out about the stolen poison. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could... However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Let me look at this real quick. Just real quick. Okay, I can't turn it over. So I'm gonna say it's the newspaper article about the poison. It's the same person who wrote the article somehow got this picture too. Like they're following this story somehow. It only makes sense. Okay. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photograph? Yeah, it must be the same person who wrote the poison article.
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. Oh, no, wait, I was wrong. Hang on. Maybe I'm thinking too many steps ahead. I'm afraid, Counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. Okay, let me take a closer look here. Would you care to squeeze your head in your hand again? Your head in your hands again, Counsel? To punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence. I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial. Your Excellency, may I? You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, Counsel. What's the angle on this photo? Hang on. So it's like taken from back. But I don't see a hole? Unless it's behind the dress. There's footprints, but those could be from like other people. Yeah, there's no byline on the article, it seems. Okay, must be the pen then?
Take that!
No. Ah, dang it. Okay. This is a tough one. What am I missing here? Must be something about where the angle of the photograph was taken from, right? I'll just present this. No? Ah. Alright, well, I'm running out of options. Process of elimination, you know. Maybe it is just this newspaper.
Take that!
Oh, okay. Alright, that's weirdly specific, but whatever. Sometimes we get that. What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. Yeah, okay. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Oh, I thought that was a branch, like a plant. It's a crack in the lens. The same person who took the photograph here took the photograph of the beach. I thought that was like a plant or something. I didn't realize it was a crack in the lens. Okay, alright. Doesn't matter that I was right for the wrong reasons. It just matters that I was right. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens. Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of the tree or the like. See, that's funny, that's what I thought. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Yeah, I thought those were like tree branches or something. Good gracious. Yes, exactly. The same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too. Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at that beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that those two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of... Yeah, the defects, some crack in the lens. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Aochi. Why do I keep going for Professor? That one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper... Ah! That's right. Spying? The author of that article is a mystery witness to the crime. What? Wah! I see now. What was it? I didn't catch that. I see why you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. Me, and not many memo. That was hard. I wasn't sure what he was saying. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been... Oh, was he the guy who was in the background of his animations earlier? The guy writing things? Has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Yeah, there was that guy in the background earlier. Yeah, him. Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo, yes. My lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Many memo. I thought he was just going, meh, fine. To be continued. Oh, a break. Dum 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 dum. Nice. Oh, it's. I see. I guess I didn't realize it would save in the same slots as the first game, but that's okay. Well, since they're taking a recess, I will also take a short recess. We'll probably finish this trial tonight, but I just need to fill my drinky. It's thirsty work. Longest first chapter of all the games? That's not surprising. The first game's first chapter was pretty long, too. But yes, I do need more schwatter. I always prepare a cup of water for visual novel reading streams because, you know, it's thirsty work. My throat's dry. So I'll take a short break and be right back with more Ace Attorney action. I'm excited. This case is good so far. It's interesting because it has a connection to the first game. Where's my text? There it is. Actually, wait. I should theme this. I should theme this. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Give me just a couple minutes to wet my parched throat. BRB. Ho ho! I'm back. I returned. Court is now back in session. I need the distraction anyways, minions, cause like a fool, I glimpsed at Twitter as I was sitting back down, and I saw just like 5 million posts about how horribly ugly Jason Todd is in that new Batman game. Why did they do him like that? It's so awful. That game looks hideous. I think, I'm not necessarily against ugly people in video games, but I think if you're like, I wanted the fantasy of being a superhero, that superhero should be attractive. Like, why did you do that to him? Why? Poor Jason. Poor Red Hood. I guess he's wearing the helmet most of the time, so you don't have to look at him. Innocent bystander, thanks for the resub. How goes the legal battle? Pretty well. We're halfway through it. Kicking prosecutor ouchie's ouchie. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber 3. They did make Jason look like the kind of guy he should be punching. He looks like the kind of guy who says, "It's the bat." You got it, boss. It's the bat. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray, it's the friggin' bat. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. Magane mode, as you wish. There we go. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. The goons in Arkham games are very funny. Every single time it's like, it's the bat! I'm glad they understood that, like, all henchmen in like a noir superhero city like Gotham should sound like they're from Joyzy. Hello, Gyarugaro. Male wife raid. Did you finish Tokimeki Girl side? Where are you, Batman? I ain't scared of you. Sorry, we were talking about Batman goons. Shake Lude, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. And thank you, Gyarugaro, for giving all of your viewers over to me. They'll be much happier here, I assure you. She didn't beat it yet. That's unfortunate. Well, today we're playing the second Great Ace Attorney game. I actually played the first one almost a year ago, and I just haven't had the time to get to it, but I am now. So we're on the first case. We're halfway through it. If you haven't followed me before, what we usually do for visual novels that don't have voice acting is I usually read the lines, like I make up voices for the characters. I think it's fun. And so that's what I usually do. But also, of course, I talk normally as well. But I usually come up with voices for all the characters. I think it's fun. What's great about this first case is if you played the first Great Ace Attorney game, one of the characters, Susato, she's kind of your assistant. Like, if you know, she's kind of like the Maya equivalent. But in this game, she's in the first case at least. I'm sure we'll go back to Ryonosuke Naruhodo. She's actually pretending to be a man so that she can be a lawyer in this case. So it's a lot of fun. She also looks very good in the male outfit. And the defendant, her best friend, her good friend, who's a girl, didn't know it was her in disguise at first, and she's like, "You look so dashing and handsome and gallant," and she still said that after finding out it was Susato. So funny lesbian moments. Let's continue. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out. For those who don't know, by the way, the Great Ace Attorney games take place in the past. The normal Ace Attorney games kind of take place in modern day. These ones take place in about the turn of the 20th century, about either very late 1890s or just very early 1900s. So it's in the Meiji period, I believe, of Japan, and it's about Phoenix Wright's ancestor, Ryonosuke Naruhodo, who travels to England to practice law. So it's very interesting. It's very cool. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Is this a sex thing? I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato does do that judo throw thing to Ryonosuke a lot. Susato? I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I've failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. That's a cute pose, though. I think the situation has taught you both a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh no, she's crying. She's so sad. Oh, Susato. Now she's so happy. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. So, such heterosexual behavior. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. We finally got the knife submitted into evidence. The whole trial was like, where's the knife? And they're like, we're putting it in evidence now at the halfway point for some reason. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikutoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? Tabitha Redgrave, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Happy May Day, by the way, to everyone. The Rose Rabbit Army does provide free maid outfits. We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I suspect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes. Without this chemical region, it's impossible to detect the toxin. You just carry that on you? Chemical region? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver. Oh, okay. All right, that's good. I was like, you're just carrying this on you. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Okay, good. Okay. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only by my father's laboratory. What's the matter, Susato? You are suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. Oh, but the journalist was there. He was interviewing you. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This many memos-san. By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah! Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. This is a very long first trial. First trials are usually pretty short, but this one's pretty long. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo? Yes. Rei has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. The 13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 1. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? Oh no, is this about the poison? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Josiah Breath's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the Regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it'd be there in good time. But judging by that man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? See, I'm trying to do a more androgynous voice when Susato is in lawyer mode. Because, you know, she's supposed to be hiding her identity. This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it, but not my own. Armed with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Okay, no poison. The knife is not poison, but it did certainly stab that lady. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah! Mumble, 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 mumble. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer, bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? The pen, it's the pen, it's the pen, the pen, the pen, the pen, the pen. It's obviously the pen. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Write in many memo of the Shoya News. I'm what people like to call a journo. A journo. I don't think that's usually used as positively. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. Oh, come on. His armband has the same logo as the pen. And RM. Alright, I've already figured this out. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Ooh, brace yourselves, people. Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. What did he mean by this? The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court. Oh, you publish Hellboy? My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. This ain't about you. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. You know, the one of the ladies stabbing another lady. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when I presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism. Many-memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me, Many-memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. I didn't do that. I didn't do that thing you told me to do. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Wow, I wonder, is that a motive I sense? The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Yo, this guy says ACAB. He might be based, actually. Stay your tongue, young man. These are complex political issues at play. Huh. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words he said in my memo pad. Oh boy, that's gonna be... He's gonna make me say some tongue twisters, isn't he? Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's alright? Here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. How does he fix that pencil every time? A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Based. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own general eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Many memo pad, many memo. Say that 5 times fast. Many memo pad, many memo pad. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Those are some tight suspenders. I think they might be cutting off the blood flow to his brain. Reed screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. It seems... that's weird. Don't be so into doing weird voyeuristic things. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many blah 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 blah. Many memoism in a nutshell. He's gonna make me do some tongue twisters, and I'm like, I'm choosing this fast-talking news voice. I've made a mistake. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, or the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published? Oh, that's right. Yeah, why do you only send the photograph anonymously to the police? Stretch. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. There's definitely something more going on here. Let me look at my stuff. It's not the knife. Ah, yes. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. So that's it with the knife, it seems. It's a pretty simple knife. There's no, like, weird tricks to it. No buttons to press, it seems. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. She looks really good in the hat and the coat. Then, couldn't you have just written medicine in Japanese? Then we'd be all able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Apparently in the Ace Attorney universe, when you put on the lawyer badge, you just get really bad at making any observation that isn't super obvious. Okay.
Hold it.
I guess we'll just press it all. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry. To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. It's not even memoism. It's basic journalism. Maybe Suzato should go for a career in journalism instead. Only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so that's all buttoned up. Can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. You're a freak, aren't you? Well, yes, I am a journalist. Started arguing. So you actually saw Membami-san enter the hut? Yep, and she was raging. Raging like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. That's... No, don't do that. Please don't talk about giving people eggs. The man should have been an author. His scripted talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. I like his sideburns, by the way. He's got some cool sideburns. He should pilot a robot. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. He's got a lot of pencils.
Hold it.
Do you swear before the court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment. I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Cool, more evidence that didn't exist until now. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman, blah 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 blah. I didn't mess up on the many memo pad, but I did mess up there. Was on this stool at the back of the hut there. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is that what I have noted down? It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Let me check that picture real quick. I want to see the picture again. Well, okay, I guess it does appear that she got behind her. What you described is a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoisms. This is gonna be so hard. I chose this fast-talking reporter voice. Why did I do this when he says things like many memos and many memo pad, blah 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 blah. By the way, many memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap on the screen, it did not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. How does he know French? So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's request. Many memos-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. You just put him with, like, stretching his overalls on the life is meaningless image. Let's press him on this. It seems important. Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all. Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have a wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. I have no moral code. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. That's right. The only thing that matters is scoops. Haagen-Dazs. That's why you play Sentinel. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it doesn't seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he's said, as you've no doubt done many times before in your role as a judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Okay, we're back to the beginning. Good night, Pyo Pyo. Thank you for watching. Yes, always stab your friends with a knife. That's just a manly thing to do. Dum dum dum. There must be more to that part. Right, everybody agrees she got stabbed in the back. I think I need to press him more. The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it, that's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. Yeah, that's very weird. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah yes, that. I'm glad you asked. So he refuses to elaborate on why he sent the picture anonymously. That's gotta be important. But the two women inside didn't notice? Ha! Obviously not. They had. Where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. I'm glad he at least admits that. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journal's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did he just make that up? It's pretty good at turns of phrase. The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing left to be said. Snap. Hold it. Really? You didn't set foot... Oh. Okay, right. We already did this one. I already did this one, I see. I guess when I added that new testimony, it skipped right all the way to that one. She's not... Well, I can't tell if she's holding the pet in that one. It must be something to do with this, I think. Maybe I should present the pen now because it has the same logo on it as his shoulder thing. Like, this must be the logo of the newspaper he works for. I can't think of anything else.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. When the music stops, that means you were right. Many memos-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. Yeah, see, it's the same emblem. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Recriminatory? Recriminatory. Many memos-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M.? No. No, it's not. Don't make things up. Write-in many memo, R.M. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, ink. There's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Many memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Josiah Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need, anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. I love that she gets her own theme song, her own objection theme. It's cool. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Let me just flip this over. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... there we go. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. That would seem... Oh, we already read this. We already read this a while back. I just gotta present it. There we go. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Many Memo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Got him. Get his ass. Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond? No. Mamma mia. Order, order. Explain yourself, witness. His hat. Ha ha ha. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets? I've used nothing but honest tactics. I prefer Final Fantasy tactics myself. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. This theme song for him is really good too. Bum, 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 bum. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it? Yes, alright, but on one condition. I don't think you can really bargain. You just gotta do it legally. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves. Because it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? Okay, so we're talking to both of them now. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well. I will grant a witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? He looks so nervous. The witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witness come running. The detectives realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Well, what did he say? What did he ask her? You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. Oh my, what a twist. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. What did he say? Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must find and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? This is a long one. Oh my goodness. Okay, what does Soseki have to say? Okay, so I just gotta press him and it'll add it, I guess. Soseki-san, are you trying to hide something? Don't look at me like that. Soseki-san, you must tell the court everything that happened. Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will.
I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you?
Finger emoji.
The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Bum bum bum.
No.
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But, fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. They don't know what fiddlesticks means.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And, thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Just somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
Except maybe to where a camera was hidden. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Point. That emoji. Because as the court can see, there was no other than the accused in the direction of the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree.
And in the absence of any credible, not incredible, just regular credible, argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No.
No! The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed, 92-point cross the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. It's totally the newspaper guy. He used his pen filled with the poison. That's easy. I know it's true. I just gotta figure out how to get there. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know who the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. Right, it has to have been the pen. The pen's empty, but you can fill it by, it fills through the nib. It's one of those old school pens. Like, you dip it in ink and fill it up. So he dipped it in the poison and filled that up. We have a way to test for the poison. Like, it wouldn't even have to stab her very deeply. A little bit of that poison is enough to kill. It would have just had to poke her. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. Right, the knife is just a misdirect, I think. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I do know how. I know it. I swear I do. I've been saying it the whole time with the pen. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? Ha! None exists. We're doing the back and forth objections. I love these. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed the crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Let me look at this. Look at this picture. So he hid in the back. So I guess, can I point like outside? Right, he opened up the reed hut and like pointed his camera through. Can I like point slightly outside? I'm gonna try it. The true culprit was in this area here. There, Counsel. Oh, no, okay. I have to choose something more specific. Right, it's obviously the journalist. Let me look more closely at the pictures. Oh, see, there's a little gap right behind her, so she would have been sitting here and got stabbed. Okay. Let's try like right here. It has to have like, yeah, there we go. Okay. Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
What? Dun 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 dun. I really like Susato's theme song. It's so good. Dun 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 dun. Like it even has a little bit of the original objection theme from the first Ace Attorney, like the one in the first great Ace Attorney did. Dun 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 dun. Order, order.
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop stamp. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there was no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. Ah! And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
This one, because it shows that you can move the reeds easily. Unless I'm... okay. Damn. I'll have to take another step to get there, I guess. Downfall. Okay, I'll get it right this time. I'll present the first picture this time because it shows that little tiny gap there. Compliment for you, King of Bunnies? Ahem. You know, King of Bunnies, you say you're the King of Bunnies, but you've willingly chosen to abdicate your title and become one of my minions, and I think that's so noble of you. Just abdicating your crown like that. I really appreciate it. Thanks for giving it to me. It's always wonderful to have you in my chat. Go ahead. All right. This one. The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside of the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it was that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you can claim took place from the outside of the hut?
It's this little gap, the tiny little gap right here. Pop, pop, alright. Yeah, okay, close enough. I wasn't sure how exact I had to be.
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Oh.
And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in Many Memo-san, it could only have been you.
Yeah, this song's from the first game. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. No. Meow. Single line recital? Okay, you need to give me a line, King of Bunnies. Like, that's the whole point, is that you give me something to say. This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Oh, okay, that's what you want me to say? That's easy, because it's true. The Spectacular Spider-Man cartoon is better than Spider-Man the Animated Series. That is what King of Bunnies redeemed 1,000 channel points to make me say, and I'm fine with saying that, because it's correct. Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? Actually, that cartoon is really good, Spectacular Spider-Man. It's such a shame that it got canceled, yeah. Only 2 seasons. It was really good, though. I liked it a lot. I don't know who, did Dr. Octopus's voice in that show, but I really liked his voice. It was just like, yep, that's what Dr. Octopus should sound like. Besides the actor for the movies, anyways. Yeah, I feel like Spectacular Spider-Man is a good example of high school Peter. I think it got it right that younger Peter Parker is kind of a dick sometimes. That's what's good about it.
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who is sitting on that stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Mambami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Legasp. By your silence, Minimemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! Bop, bop, bop. That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Mambami-san, is innocent of the crime. Hey, we did it. Good job, everybody. There definitely won't be any twist or wrinkle that comes up any second. We did it. Trial over. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. Ace Attorney is fantastic. I haven't played Spirit of Justice because I didn't like Dual Destinies too much, but I'm super glad Dai Gyakuten Saibon eventually got localized, because this is the one I was super excited about, because it's written by Shu Takumi again. And I trust Takumi's plan. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering... Oh, who's holding it? It's got to be Many Memo, right? It's gonna make me fight a little more. Ha ha ha. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? I don't actually know if that's a freedom that's implicit in Japan at this time. I don't know if they have a First Amendment equivalent. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in a place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Let me fix my hat. Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whenever she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. He's gonna bring up the poison now, right? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. Yeah, he's referring to the poison. Like, we know she was poisoned because of the eyes. The pupils. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. The pen, it's the pen. Come on, guys. Let's get this over with. I already know the answer. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. Objection! But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... but we know that's not true. Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? It's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see... Yeah, the wine glass. We're back to this stuff, because that was how she administered poison in the first case. She got the guy to drink poison. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front-page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Hold it. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? He was outside the hut, so how could he have given her the poison? We could have put poison in the pen. Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. It's prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet, after all.
I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and a man, and I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? More internet. Oh, okay. I thought we were taking another break, but because it faded out like that. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and it's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Okay, so he admits... I think he's admitting to stabbing her to cover up the fact that he actually did use the poison. So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. But he's like, well, she already had the poison, so it wasn't me that killed her. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. So he somehow got the poison in his pen. And then he used the knife to cover up that he got the poison. Right? Probably when he was talking to her. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap. This journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? I'm glad we've gotten to the point where, like, yes, it's obviously this guy. Slap. I love that she does it too. Like, she's copying Naruhodo. She's like, well, it works for him. Think of Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Unfortunately, that was my final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Yeah, King of Bunny, I also like how so much of the Ace Attorney sound effects have been the same throughout the entire series. It really adds a nice consistency. Like the talking beeps and the gavel sound. It's really nice. Anything new gets its own sound effects, of course, but... Alright. Alright. I'm not sure where to press him. Let's press here. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you're already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders.
That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim.
Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness?
I guess I'll just press him on everything. There's probably something that's going to be added here. So you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then? Ha! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it's my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Yeah. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That English woman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. We live in a society, you know. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Okay.
Hold it!
It got his goat. What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, John H. Wilson, no relation to anyone else from fiction. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Miko Toba, no less.
Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland of free woman. It was eating the student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Oh, who's holding it now? Is it Ray? Oh, it is. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand... Sorry, I was still reporter mode. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. I mean, technically true. He was taking pictures of women. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the requests of the defendant.
But, Your Excellency...
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Okay, so yeah, that's what she said earlier. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true.
Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government? Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd be developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with the deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. That's true. His case also involved poison. There's a lot of poison in these games. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ray sure does talk about how attractive the features of women are. Very, very heterosexual behavior. Ah, yes. Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you've heard? That's right, yeah. How else would he know the poison was stolen? It had to be that conversation. That's true. There's not as many options for murder in these times. I guess poison is a good bet. Hard to trace back then. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry. Don't know what you're talking about. Yes. Look at this. The entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Yeah, that's how he found out. He only knew about the existence from the poison from the interview with Soseki. He didn't know it was stolen. Ah. Well, Many Memo-san? As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many Memoism. I don't think even the First Amendment in America doesn't work like that. Father's clearly right about this. I know there's like some right to protecting sources, but like it doesn't protect you from legal consequences. Right? Like you can say in a courtroom, I'm not going to reveal my sources, but then they can just they have the right to subpoena you or punish you some other way. Hold you in contempt, that sort of thing. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. Yes. There's no denying it. He can deny it, but that's the only way he can know. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's nothing I want to say. I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. He's getting tired, and we're pushing him to the edge. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure the victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Maybe he didn't know it was so fast acting? Like, he hoped it would act slower so he could be long gone by the time she died, and there would be no way of connecting him to her. But then he found out, oh no, this poison kills people in minutes, so I'm going to stab her as well, so to cover up that the poison was ever there. But he didn't know the poison does the eye thing, and so on and so forth. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. We could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we would be looking for. Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Oops, I didn't mean to go all the way through. Have I already read this one? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think the idea here is he didn't know when he injected her that it could kill in minutes. Then Ray comes in, argues about the poison, in which it is revealed that it kills in minutes, and he's like, oh shit. That way, if it kills so fast, then people find out I was at the scene, then they could connect me to her, the murderer. Like we've just done, so... Yeah. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information from this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Where are you going with this, counsel? Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. The defendant had somehow found an opportunity. This man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, many Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? He didn't know it acted so fast. He was hoping it would be like a slower acting poison so he could get all the way away. The information which he subsequently included in this newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Yeah, also that like it was very specific and that therefore it narrowed down who could have access to it. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Mambami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. Point. Dramatic. In other words, someone like you, writing many memo. Yeah, now it's playing like the ejection theme from the first game. This is pretty key now. Or maybe this is the new one for this game. It sounds a little bit different. Yeah! Dun 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 dun. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened and from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you had already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Oh, we got him pinned to the wall. Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely. The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Get his ass. Lost hope! End that dude. End that dude's life. Okay, now he's gonna be like, but how could I have possibly administered the poison? And I'm gonna be like, it's the... Then it's gonna be like, at the pen. Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? I don't need a counter-argument. What? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? It's true, we don't have evidence. Or do we?
Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Yeah, it sounds like the perceived theme from 1. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government? Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? I see. I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Ah! There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Everybody's gay for Suzato in drag. It's pretty based, honestly. My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. The pen? It's the pen. I've been saying it the whole time. It's the pen. I've heard enough verbal conjecture for now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Pen. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Ah! A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Weasel hair? Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup cone of... soup... I don't actually understand that accent mark, how I should say that. I think it's French? Suck up a soupçon of some... I'm just guessing. Of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in a blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah! Yeah, suck it all up. And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Owned. More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent the thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when she shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? He's Wolverine. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Oh no, he threw him. They've gone everywhere. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. We got the stuff that detects the poison, though. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on that day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Many memos-san. This is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Yeah, they've said it. Say the line, lawyer. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical region that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yep, Megitoba gave us because he's like, I bet you'll need this, ooh-hee. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical region, anybody at all could check for the traces of the poison. A regent? What? Cut the music. One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini-Memo-san, is all it will take to solve the case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. He's gonna throw him again. Watch out. Get down. Oh, no. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this. Trying to hold its head high as a civilization, I took up arms in the form of the... Oh, he's going fast. I can't read this all. Susato, with me. Yo, given the... Predictable. Sick. Die forever. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Awesome. The instant the first drop of the Regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. Oh, he's so sad now. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison... Yeah, the lesbian takedown, we'll call it that. I just The devil got a hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project, after all. Too juicy for a journo like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Oh yeah, that's right, she was super racist. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. I forgot the extent of her comical racism. I think she actually called Ryonosuke, like, yellow in the first game. It was really bad. It's fucked up. To see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to... Yeah, super racist. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out, and crawl back into the cave you came from. Yeah, that's fair. She had it coming, honestly. That's what I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. No, honestly, she had it coming super bad. I only murder for fun, not for racist reasons. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh yeah, this was super obvious in the first game too. Like, why Wilson? Why did she kill him? We never found out. She never elaborated on her motive. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, they're going to crush the free press? Then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Honestly, this guy's pretty based. I'm actually coming around. Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at... Yeah, okay, that part's still bad. The blaming someone else part is so bad. Own your just murders. Own them. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Josiah Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. I inflected it weirdly because I thought he was going to, I suppose you're right. But I should have just gone with, I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Oh. Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-san, Ryonosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. Well, I don't know about that, considering you guys help cover things up and let racist murderers walk free. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? Oh, is he gonna do the... Prosecutor Ouchi? I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchi clan, have been tested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Oh no! Do a flip. Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchiism. Ouchiism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Holy shit, he's like, yeah, do it. You should kill yourself now. Sprig of my top knots. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. He signed it. Nah, you're too much of a wimp. Oh, he's just cutting off his last hair. Ah. Rip. You should bald yourself. Now. Look at it go. He's not committing a seppuku. He's committing hair seppuku. I like how everybody's giving him like this respectful moment. Rest in peace, the Ouchi clan's hairline. It'll never come back. Nah, oh, okay, we're just moving on. Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Mbami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I've reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Hooray! We did it, everybody. Oh, the sacred petals. Very nice. It's different than confetti, I guess. Court is adjourned. We did it. Yeah, wow, that was a really long first trial. Oh my god. That was a marathon, my goodness. I think this might be the longest first trial in the series. 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. I don't know, you're pretty good at this, Susato. You might be better than Ryonosuke. Lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray, so I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the greatest defense lawyer in Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Let's go, lesbians. Your Honor, lesbians.
Not guilty.
Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. That I love in a very heterosexual way.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. She asked her to put on the outfit. She's into the roleplay. Oh, I guess they were there.
What is happening?
Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
Don't. So dashing, so divine.
Everybody loves Ryotaro.
No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney.
He said it. He said the title of the game. Thank you, Soseki. Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. Yeah, you clapped when he said it. I also clapped. You just didn't hear it. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. Mr. Turtle's a perfect disguise, I promise, Hosonaga. It's not bad at all. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
Yeah, he first appeared in the second case in the first game. He was on the boat. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do.
Yeah, it's like that meme about Mulan where it's like, wait, you weren't really a clumsy soldier, femboy? I can't believe I was attracted to a chick. Oh yeah, he was also in the first case, and then he followed us on the second one. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then, on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? Rip to Ryonosuke's BF. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this, and a mixed sexuality. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? Oh yeah, right, the truth about the cover-up. Many Memo-san uncovered. The article was ripped up, only he knew. I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. It's all connected. And if that's really true, then that poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. You appreciate that the author guy looks like a Japanese Mark Twain? Well, he's a real dude. Obviously, his features here are exaggerated, but I've seen, like, pictures of him, like, old photographs, and he did have that funny mustache. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Yeah, it's all connected. The weird... Because Wilson's name was also on that list of names from the end of the first game that Kazuma's name was on too. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't... Ah! Let me go! Oh, I thought she was takedowning her own father, but it's Many Memo. Many Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. And that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Jezile Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Kazuma?
There's more to his murder? It was an accident, though. With the snake. Or not the snake, sorry. The snake wasn't actually poisonous. It was the girl who accidentally killed him, the Russian girl. What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah! The judge did a takedown.
Well, I didn't expect to find him here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
I didn't know the judge could do takedowns. Everybody can do geese counters.
Predictable. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato.
Did you know all along, from the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. Couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend.
Oh, they all knew all along. It was just... The prank was pointless. It was just for fun. Just to confuse everybody's sexuality.
So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. I always use it on journalists who are trying to expose government corruption. Ha 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 ha.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Josiah Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
What does Soseki want? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear.
Please, Soseki-san.
Tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt.
This is something actually the real-life Soseki wrote about. He did actually visit England too. And he's like, yeah, it sucked. I was going crazy. Literally going crazy. Everybody was horribly racist to me all the time.
Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
That was it then, the particular part of my father was interested in. Onyx Summon, thank you for the raid. Welcome, viewers who have been turned over to the Rose Rabbit Army. You've all been conscripted. We're just wrapping up the first case of the Great Ace Attorney 2. some mysteries are unfolding in front of us that were left over from the first game. Lots of intrigue. The two games are very direct sequels to each other. And like there's some sequel hook at stuff at the end of the game, which is pretty different from Ace Attorney. Most Ace Attorney games wrap up in like the first game, but this one very intentionally was like, there's going to be a sequel and it's going to explain some mysteries from the first one. Lots of international intrigue, which is pretty fun. And if you don't know, the great Ace Attorney games take place in turn of the 20th century Japan and England. So it's about Ryonosuke Naruhodo, Phoenix's ancestor. I don't really know exactly. Also, I do this fun thing where I give everybody voices. It's fun. You beat this duology last year and loved it? Yeah, I played the first game last year and I really liked it. It's easily my favorite since the original first 3 games, which makes sense because Shu Takumi is the GOAT and I trust his plan.
But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course. I can never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that that case somehow holds the key to all of these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
Okay, so that was one we weren't involved in. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over. Oh, okay, sorry, that was the one we were involved in. But it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. What's interesting is that this game all has in-engine cutscenes so far.
The mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
But the first game had like anime cutscenes.
Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Yeah, what's Naruhodo been up to?
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
These backgrounds are really pretty too.
Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue.
Every VN got the blue sky.
It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
End of the first case. Oh, I unlocked an achievement named Susato Success. So, next adventure, the memoirs of the clouded Kokoro. We shall continue tomorrow. More Ace Attorney tomorrow. It was a really good first case. It was really compelling. I was really impressed with it. It's probably the longest first case in the entire series, but it managed to keep me invested the whole time. It was really good. Very impressive. Yeah, very compelling stuff. I like how it connected to the first game, so it didn't just feel like go through the tutorial again, like a lot of first cases do. It actually had stuff that connected to the first game. I thought that was great. And I really enjoyed it. Yeah, it was super fun. The journalist guy was a really compelling murderer too, because he wasn't just like, I'm evil. He had very compelling motivations, I think. And also those motivations connected to
the mysteries lingering from the first game. So perhaps we shall find out more of them tomorrow in the memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. In the meantime, if you liked what you watched, consider following, consider joining the Discord, and subscribing to the YouTube channel, where if you missed some of this stream, you will be able to see the whole VOD up there shortly. You can follow those links. And yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you for the raids, Gyario and Onyx. I appreciated them. And thank you everybody who stuck around after those raids to keep watching. In the meantime, I shall go rest my poor pretty voice and recuperate for more mystery solving tomorrow. I always love a good mystery. Good night, everybody.